Good morning, everyone. It is slightly after 8 a.m. on Thursday, March 28th, 2013. We are meeting in room 106 of the Goffstown Town Hall for a hearing on a grievance procedure. I want to make sure that Sergeant Rivard, you had agreed to a public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was correct. I also want to make people aware of the fact that this is being videotaped and it is being live broadcast on GTV television. As far as the procedures under which we'll conduct the hearing, I'll just run through them quickly. Opening statements by the complaining party, then an opening statement by the responding department head, witness presentation by the complaining party, limited redirect examination, limited recross examination, witness presentation by the responding department, cross-examination, then a grievance closing statement and a department closing statement. The board will deliberate after that and issue a written decision. Those ground rules acceptable to everyone in general?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With that being the case, I don't believe there's any other formalities that we need to go through other than opening the hearing. So at this time, I would recognize the grievant and or their legal counsel for their opening statement.
Where would you like us to sit?
Sure, right. We got some chairs up front here.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tracy Culberson. For those of you who don't know me, I know some of you. I'm here today to represent Sergeant Dave Rivard in the grieving discipline that was handed down by Chief Pat Sullivan related to alleged insubordination over a series of several months last year and going into 2013. As outlined in my February 21st letter to the Board of Selectmen, the issues before you today are two. First, whether Chief Pat Sullivan's finding of insubordination in the nature of the discipline that was imposed was fair, reasonable, impartial, constructive in nature, and without personal bias or prejudice in its administration. Second issue is whether the department's failure to follow its own standardized procedures in responding to and investigating alleged incidences of misconduct warrants dismissal of the Class 3 finding of insubordination, and whether such failure to adhere to its own policies prejudiced Sergeant Rivard by essentially denying him the protections afforded to him under the policies and procedures of the personnel plan of the town of Goffstown, as well as the general orders of the police department. So our position is fairly clear and straightforward. The level of discipline in this case is unreasonable. It's unfair, it's destructive, and it's grossly inconsistent with the nature of what are minor infractions. Second, the chief failed to follow strict mandatory procedures for identifying, initiating, and investigating the internal affairs process. That from the beginning, that resulted in prejudice to Sergeant Rivard. These matters were handled within the agency informally, improperly, without due process, and in clear violation of department policies. Because of this, the only reasonable remedy is the only reasonable remedy for the department's willful negligence is dismissal of the Class 3 finding of insubordination. And that's what we're asking you to do, is dismiss this finding of insubordination. Again, the facts are fairly straightforward, and for the most part, they're not in dispute. I've reviewed Chief Sullivan's formal response to our grievance, which for the record I just received yesterday morning, although he had over a month to provide me with his position. Nevertheless, we're prepared to move forward today at this point with this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I didn't know if the other side was going to make an
Oh,
opening
yes, I'm
statement.
sorry, yep.
The chief will reserve our statement for later, and at this point, just stand on the statement of facts that have been submitted, the written statement.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask the board to entertain the testimony of several witnesses. And the first witness that I'm going to ask to have testify is Chief Pat Sullivan. So with the board's permission, Sergeant Robard and I will move to the side, and Pat, Chief Sullivan, can take this chair.
Certainly. So do we need to do any swearing in of witnesses? Oh,
Adjourn.
The testimony you're about to give this man is truthful, truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir.
Just for the record, if you could please identify yourself.
Chief Patrick Sullivan,
Chief, how long have you been a police officer with the town of Goffstown?
just over 30 years.
And the different assignments that you've had during your career?
Patrol, Attorney General's Drug Task Force, detectives, patrol sergeant, support services, operations lieutenant, and currently the chief. That's most.
You've also been a field training officer?
Yes,
And you also have been president of the union at one point, correct?
that is not correct.
You were never president of the union?
No, I was not.
What offices did you hold within the union?
Secretary and vice president.
And were you part of the department when the union was formed?
Yes,
And did you participate in that process?
yes.
Okay. Chief, I want to start out by asking you a few questions about the SOPs within your department. Now, your department is accredited by the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement,
CLIA, correct.
CALEA. And how long has it been accredited?
Since 1994.
Have you participated in a reaccreditation as chief?
Yes.
If you could just explain what CALEA is to the layman.
Sets us a group of standards that are nationally and internationally recognized for proper police procedures and policies for the professional conducting of business.
And as chief, you're required to have a comprehensive working knowledge of and understanding of all department policies, correct?
Correct.
And again, these are the policies that are based in large part upon national standards.
Yes.
And every few years, you have to provide sufficient proof that your agency is in compliance with these standards, correct?
Correct.
And your agency's accreditation status depends upon your adherence to these policies, correct?
Correct.
And there's about several hundred of these policies, aren't there?
Correct.
And they include, among things, standards for firearm proficiency, driving, and discipline as well, correct?
Yes.
First general order I want to discuss with you is General Order 306, titled Discipline. Are you aware of this policy?
Yes, I am.
Do the selectmen have a copy of that? I have copies for anybody who doesn't have a copy. Now, this general order was revised in June of 2011, correct?
Yes.
And you were the issuing authority of this general order, right?
Yes.
And it would be fair to say that, according to the general order and throughout your experience as in law enforcement, that discipline, part of discipline, the purpose of it should be constructive in nature, correct?
Yes.
And that it
Among
should,
other things, but yes.
and it should be without personal bias, correct?
Correct.
Without prejudice in its administration.
Correct.
And that there are preferred alternatives to punishment that include, among other things, training, correct?
Correct.
And training is critical to any disciplinary system, correct?
Yes.
And it should be part of the disciplinary system.
Yes.
And there are two different types of training, informal and formal.
Correct?
Formal training would, may be required when the supervisor encounters repeated offenses, correct?
On occasion, yes.
Continued poor performance,
Correct?
or when aberrant behavior patterns begin to form, correct?
Yes, that's one of them.
Before you handed down your finding of insubordination and punishment of a Class 3 offense, and prior to the actual investigation by Lieutenant Marcoux, you never offered or ordered any remedial formal training to Sergeant Rivard, did you?
As a result of this action,
As a result of the reasons we're here today, before Lieutenant Marcoux's investigation, did you offer any or order any formal training to address the issues that you felt needed to be addressed with Sergeant Rivard?
and I guess I'm looking for clarification regarding the insubordination charge or training overall.
Insubordination charge, that's what we're here to talk about.
No.
Okay. So you didn't offer any of training,
No, I did not.
but that training is available at Police Standards and Training, isn't it?
Yes.
Command training, mid-management training is offered, isn't it?
Well, yes, and Sergeant Rivard has been allowed the opportunity to take a class through, I believe it was UNH, in mid-management training.
Okay. But there's nothing that would prevent him from attending or, let's say, repeating this course had he already taken it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you aware that that class, that training course was offered February of 25th through March 8th of this year?
No, I am not.
And are you also aware that a law enforcement supervisor's course was also being offered at the Academy on March 11th and March 12th?
No, I am not. Sergeant Rivard has already had supervisor training.
Be fair to say that officers who have already completed training in certain areas, if they need remedial training, at times they will be ordered to repeat a class they've already taken, correct?
On occasion, yes.
Defensive driving, for example.
On occasion.
They scratch their car, even though they've already had defensive driving training, they may be ordered to repeat that class.
Maybe, yes.
So you didn't look into whether any formal training options were available through the Academy, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, the class rating of the offense is broken down to 3 different areas, Class 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Correct.
Class 1 being minor offenses,
Correct.
Class 2 being major or repeated,
Correct.
and Class 3 being also major or repeated, correct?
Yes.
And Class 2 and 3 offenses, would you agree that they're serious in nature?
Absolutely.
And it could result in somebody being fired, right?
Yes.
I read your response yesterday when I got it, and you're taking the position that Section E2 of the disciplinary process is subjective and open to your discretion, correct?
Correct.
That you're saying that the actual language, meaning Class 2 and 3 offenses, are such that an investigation by the Internal Affairs function should be conducted, right?
Correct.
Right. And it's your position that because of the wording, it doesn't require, or it's not mandated, that an IEA investigation take place when somebody's being accused of a Class 2 or 3 offense, correct?
Correct. Also in paragraph E, the first line, such action may include the following, which is permissive.
Okay. All right. So there's a difference between permissive and mandatory language in your opinion.
Correct.
Right? Permissive language includes words like should, correct, and may.
Yes.
And mandatory language includes words such as shall, correct, must, and will.
Yes.
Okay. So you agree with that? So if the general order stated that Class 2 or 3 offenses are such that an investigation by A will be conducted, then this is mandatory, correct?
However, if you go to E, such actions may include the following.
Right. But let me repeat my question. My question was, if the general order stated that Class 2 or 3 offenses are such that an investigation by A will be conducted, then in your opinion it would be mandatory, if that's what it said.
Without the other information, i.e. E or paragraph 2 should, yes.
Okay. So
If it was a standalone paragraph or a standalone sentence, yes.
So if we change that word should to will, in paragraph 2, then there really is no room for discussion. The IA had to be completed, correct?
Not entirely. I also work, as is Sergeant Rivard, under the personnel plan.
Okay, well, we'll get to the personnel plan. So, the next sentence in paragraph 2, any member who discovers a violation of a Class 2 or 3 offense will complete an internal affairs complaint form. That's mandatory, correct?
If may include the following as followed, yes.
Well, let's stop at the sentence that says, any member who discovers a violation of a Class 2 or 3 offense will complete an internal affairs complaint form according to the procedures outlined in General Order 308. That word will, I want you to focus on. You would agree that that makes that mandatory?
Yes.
Okay. So, the next sentence, so they're required to file a complaint, then it says an investigation will be initiated and completed according to these guidelines. So again, that is not subjective, it's mandatory, correct?
Correct. That sentence alone.
What's that?
That sentence alone, standing alone, is yes.
Okay. So, an investigation will be initiated after the complaint that is required to be filed. So, let me ask you, when Sergeant Rivard was disciplined, or let me go back and restate this. When a person is subjected to a complaint, they don't have to ask for an IA, an internal investigation, to be completed, because in certain circumstances it's mandatory, correct?
Correct.
All right. And according to this policy, after an officer a supervisor has filed an internal affairs complaint because they suspect a Class 2 or 3 violation, policy requires that, 1, it be filed, and 2, that the investigation will be initiated, correct?
If you take what you're reading to me away without the such actions may include, not will include, may include the following. Should be conducted. So standing each sentence alone by itself would, yes, it would necessitate an internal affairs investigation. However, with the totality of the statement, the totality of the paragraph, it's clear that it should and may.
So you're saying that this policy is clear?
Absolutely.
That the fact that you have in one sentence saying that the internal affairs function should be conducted is consistent with the following sentences that say that officers will complete an internal affairs complaint form and an investigation will be initiated. So your interpretation of that is that it's clear?
Correct. On-the-spot corrections intended to halt problems, deficiencies, or to eliminate potentially dangerous conditions or illegal acts. That's another may occur.
How did you learn of what I'm going to refer to as the Doherty incident, where Officer Brevard let his 8 officer, leave his route without your permission to go meet Officer Doherty? And
it was through Officer Brevard entry into the sergeant's log.
Okay. So you came to work that day and read the sergeant's log, correct?
Correct.
And you discovered that Sergeant Brevard had put a entry in the sergeant's log describing what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And that log, have you had a chance to review that log before today's hearing? And is it your recollection that he wrote, this morning just before 7 o'clock, Officers Bucher, Yaris, and I met with a couple of other Manchester police officers to greet Manchester Police Department Officer Dan Doherty at the Gerard at Large studio located in Jacques' Flower Shop. That Officer Doherty was receiving the Manchester Area Person of the Year award on the show. We were also greeted by Bill Wynn of Goffstown today, who took photos of us with Officer Doherty. And Officer Doherty definitely appreciated GPD being there. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
All right. So you read this in the user's log, and you would agree that the Doherty incident was the last incident to have occurred in this line of insubordination for which you was disciplined.
Correct.
All right. So at that point, you look at this, you see that he has clearly, in your opinion, violated your order not to allow his officers to leave the route without your permission in a non-emergency situation, correct?
By looking at that alone,
By looking at that alone.
that is not correct.
So when you looked at this and saw that an officer had left the route,
Mhm.
you didn't at that point consider it a possible violation or being insubordinate.
I did follow up.
What did you do to follow up?
I checked the schedule to make sure that we didn't have additional personnel down at this end of town to cover this end, while I had everyone else at the other end of town. I followed up, I checked Goffstown Today's website on the picture of the officers down to the other end of town altogether.
Is that the picture?
Yes, it is.
Do you folks have a copy of the picture?
No.
So you saw Sergeant Rivard's entry into the log. So there's no indication that he's trying to hide this information from you.
Absolutely not.
All right. And so you see that, and then you take the initiative to go on Facebook and look at the photo, correct?
I don't know if it was Facebook or their website. Goffstown Today, it may be a Facebook or website.
All right.
I'm not sure.
So you go on and you look at this.
Correct.
This picture. Then you check the duty roster to find out what coverage there was, correct?
Correct.
So you're doing an investigation.
Yes.
And the potential is that you're looking at whether or not he was once again insubordinate.
Correct.
And having already been disciplined for that, you were aware that any subsequent offense would likely be a Class 2 or Class 3 offense, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't file a request for an internal affairs investigation at that point, did you?
No, I did not.
All right. Instead, you just wrote them up.
Correct.
And according to your response to the town in your letter, you were aware that this incident could potentially result in his termination.
Absolutely, it's a potential.
Right. It's potential, and you clearly put that in your letter yesterday as being an option.
Absolutely.
All right. Did you consider terminating him because of this?
In the grand scheme of things, no.
What's the qualification mean in the grand scheme of
Grand-
things?
I've considered what he's done for the agency in the past, his work. He's a good officer.
He's more than a good officer, isn't he?
He's a good officer.
He's outstanding.
He's a good officer.
You're not going to go as far as to say he's outstanding?
He's a good officer.
Had you actually followed the General Order 308 and initiated an internal affairs investigation, Sergeant Rivard would have received notice of the allegation, correct?
Correct?
He would have had an opportunity to seek legal counsel,
Correct?
would have been read his Garrity rights,
Correct?
and this essentially would have maintained the integrity of an investigation, correct?
It would have been an investigation.
Well, investigations, it's important to maintain integrity of investigations, correct?
Absolutely.
Especially when you're dealing with a valued member of the department,
Correct.
especially when the consequences could be termination, correct?
Yes.
All right. So just so I'm clear, you go online, Facebook or whatever it was, you look at this picture, and I guess rather than sort of being proud of what your guys were doing that day, you looked at this as possible evidence of insubordination.
Let me make something very clear. I am proud of all of my guys, number one. Number two, there was a continuing pattern within 2 weeks prior to this of not to leave your routes uncovered, given to all the supervisors. And when I saw this, it bothered me.
There were no emergencies during this time, were there?
I have no idea. It's really hard to tell when there's going to be an emergency.
Exactly. This occurred 20 minutes prior to the end of their shift, correct?
Apparently.
All right. And during that time, officers are usually winding down their shift, correct?
Correct?
Many times they're actually in the station vacuuming out their cars and doing the reports, correct?
Correct.
All right. Were you aware of any calls during this time that went unanswered?
No, I am not.
All right. But that would be important to know, right?
Not necessarily.
It wouldn't be, when you're deciding whether or not what the severity of the discipline is, it's not important to you to know whether or not a call went unanswered?
To me, that is irrelevant, and I will tell you why. The citizens of Goffstown, there's approximately 18,000 of them, expect a certain level of service from the police department, that they'll be covered, when they call, that we will be there, whether it's a regular call for service or an emergency call for service. And without the proper deployment of personnel, we can't fulfill that mission.
And none of those 18,000 people were let down that day when the officer left his route, were they?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I'll take you back to the night of the Goffstown Police Association dinner. So you're at the dinner up at St. A's, and this is a dinner to honor, among other things, outstanding employees, correct?
Yes.
And the officer who was getting the Officer of the Year was an officer that was under Dave Rivard's direct supervision, correct?
Correct.
He was on his team, right?
Yes.
And that night, when you saw the Route 1 car, the North End car officer, at the dinner at the same time the Route 2 car was there, correct?
What I saw were Sergeant Rivard and 2 officers at the dinner. I had asked to fill Officer Patton's shift. I was under the impression that we had a 3rd car down at the other end of town. Not until about halfway through that meal did I realize that the other end was still uncovered.
So you didn't know that, well, let me get back. The officer that was receiving the award that night was scheduled to work that night, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to him going on duty, that's when he was told he was having the night off, correct?
I don't know when he was told he was having the night off.
All right. Are you aware that he showed up ready for duty and then was told he had the night off?
No, I am not aware of that.
Okay. Would it surprise you if that's what happened?
No, that could very well have happened.
All right. So the officer, and on this particular team, Sergeant Rivard's team, you've got the sergeant who's the road supervisor, and for the most part, 3 officers that are working the road that night, correct?
Sergeant Rivard, and there were 2 officers there.
My question is in this team concept,
Yes.
you've got a road sergeant, correct?
Yes.
And typically, barring sickness or whatever issues with the schedule, you've got 3 other officers on the road.
Correct.
Right. And that night, it was just Sergeant Rivard and 2 other officers because the 3rd officer was actually given that night off, correct?
They were given that night off, but we attempted to fill it, and I later learned that we were unable to fill that.
Okay. You learned at the GPA dinner that 3rd officer slot wasn't filled that night.
Correct.
All right. But you were under the impression that it was, and that there was the officer was on the other end of town.
Correct.
All right. So sometime during the dinner, you find out that the shift wasn't covered. So the team is down 1 person at this point that night.
Yes.
And Sergeant Rivard decides that he's going to allow the Route 1 car to go up to St. A's to have dinner with members of the agency, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you didn't give permission for that night for Sergeant Rivard to allow the Route 1 officer to leave his route, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. So when you see what's happening at the dinner, at that point, you have suspicions that he's once again been insubordinate, correct?
At that point, it's a standing procedure, it's not written down anywhere, or at that point, that you'll have your routes covered. I found out that we didn't have someone on the other end. I asked to get it covered, and then the following day, or the following Monday, is when an order came out that routes will be covered. And at that point, I believe it was Lieutenant Pouliot that also spoke to Sergeant Rivard to reiterate my concerns about coverage of routes.
So let me get this straight. This mandate that routes not go uncovered without your permission, you said that, was that a standing order up until the point of the GPA dinner, or was it not?
That was a policy or a procedure that we have had that was not written down well before. It had not been written down, putting formalized that routes will be covered.
And the requirement that Sergeant Rivard obtain your permission before allowing an officer to leave, was that a formal policy?
After I placed it into the sergeant's log, it was, yes.
And when was that?
That was, I believe, on the 7th
Of what month?
January.
So the policy that you implemented was implemented in response to the GPA incident, the dinner?
Yes,
Okay. So on the night of the GPA dinner, then, it'd be fair to say that the policy was not in effect?
correct.
Writ-
The formal policy was not in effect.
All right, so we're not, so what department policy was Sergeant Rivard violating that night by allowing his route car to come to St. A's?
It's an unwritten policy at that point that, number one, the routes will be covered. Has been for the 30 years that I've been employed here, during the time you were employed here, and the entire time Sergeant Rivard has been employed here. The routes will be covered, you don't leave your routes. I believe under route assignments, you will not leave your routes.
All right, so if I said, Chief, here's the giant binder with all the SOPs in it. Open the binder and find out, and point out the policy that says that you're not supposed, sergeant's not supposed to leave a route uncovered without
Objection.
permission.
I just think he's answered the question that was asked, and this is really just rehashing that same question. And frankly, I don't think we need to go there at this point. It's been asked and it's been answered.
Yeah, I believe. Can we move on, please?
I would object because it's unclear at this point. The point that is unclear is whether or not Sergeant Rivard violated a department policy that night and was insubordinate. My question to the chief is, can you open your manual and find the policy he violated?
And I believe I heard him respond that no, you could not at that time. It wasn't until January 7th, I believe he testified. So I think that question has been answered
All right.
to my satisfaction. Now, so-
No, if that's the answer, that no, it is not in any of the policies,
that's
I'm clear with
testimony
that.
I heard.
Okay. So you would agree then, on the night of the GPA dinner, Sergeant Rivard was not being insubordinate?
Correct.
But you took that into consideration when you wrote up his Class 3 offense?
I took it into consideration because that was the basis of him being spoken to, and also the log entry into the sergeant's log prohibiting leaving the routes uncovered.
Okay. So the point is he wasn't insubordinate on the night of the GPA dinner?
Correct.
All right. All right. Internal affairs and process. One of the reasons why police agencies have an IA process is to ensure the integrity of the investigative process, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the process should be independent and without bias, correct?
Yes.
And the members' guilt or innocence should not be prejudged.
Correct.
Should be fair.
Correct.
And on January 25th, after the GPA incident, you met with Sergeant Rivard in your office to question him about the Doherty incident, didn't you?
Absolutely.
All right. So at that point, was that part of your investigation, is to determine whether or not he was insubordinate?
I was speaking with Sergeant Rivard to confirm, number one, was that picture taken at Jacques Flowers at Gerard at Large was in fact his letter or his entry into the sergeant's log, his entry, and was he aware of being spoken to by Lieutenant Pouliot, and did he review the information in the sergeant's log?
So you were eliciting statements from him regarding an alleged Class 2 or 3 offense,
Absolutely.
right? And Section E of General Order 306 also states that disciplinary action may include discussion of the offense or incident with the department member, correct?
I'm sorry. Section E?
Would be E number 5.
Correct.
So looking at E number 5, discussion of the offense or incident with the member, unless, in the opinion of the supervisor, the action may result in an internal affairs investigation. In that case, discussion may impede the integrity of the investigation. You would agree that that's your policy?
Correct.
So you're conducting an investigation into whether or not he committed a Class 2 or 3 offense, correct?
I think it was fairly obvious at that point he had committed an offense.
All right, you had already decided.
I had observed the actions through his words, through the photograph. I wanted to gain a firm understanding of what if it was his actions, was it his writings, and was it his recollection that he was in fact spoken to by Lieutenant Pouliot, and had he read the sergeant's locker?
Okay. But you're doing this on your own.
Absolutely.
And at that point, before he comes into your office, you were of the opinion that this might result in a Class 2 or 3 offense, correct?
Absolutely.
And your policy says that, in that case, this discussion you're about to have with him may impede the integrity of the investigation.
May, yes.
Okay. May. Again, you're saying that it's possible.
Correct.
All right. So, in a situation where there is the potential that your discussion with the officer may impede the integrity of the investigation, would it be fair to say that it would have been better to allow the IA process to run its course at that point?
I don't agree with that.
You would agree, and you've already said that it is important, part of the IA process is to maintain an integrity of the investigation.
If you decide to go with an IA process, yes.
Or if you follow the policy that says that you will complete an internal affairs complaint form when you've discovered a Class 2 or 3 offense.
Yes.
So at that point, you've discovered a Class 2 or 3 offense, you're asking Sergeant Rivard to come into your office, but at that point, you don't file an IA complaint against him.
No.
Right? And no investigation was initiated at that point according to the IA guidelines.
Correct.
You just brought him in and asked him, correct?
Correct.
And there were certain things that he said during this meeting that you ultimately used to find him insubordinate and guilty of a Class 3 offense.
Of those 4 items that we discussed, it was confirmed that they were all accurate, yes.
But you questioned him anyway.
Yes.
Now, before you issued your Class 3 finding, did you review Sergeant Rivard's latest evaluations?
I don't believe I did.
Are you aware of his latest evaluations?
I have seen copies of them.
Okay.
I see copies of all the employees in the department.
One of the important qualities of being a police officer is to have good judgment, correct?
Correct.
Requires, you're literally exposed to an unlimited number of dangerous situations out on the job throughout your career, correct?
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that Sergeant Rivard exceeds the standards, your department standards, when it comes to his practical judgment?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And just pass along this copy of Sergeant Rivard's most recent evaluation, performance evaluation. Just want to go over some of the things that were raised by, this was Captain Brown who did this evaluation? Or Lieutenant Pouliot, do you remember?
I believe it was
Lieutenant Pouliot? Sure. Okay. So during this time when Sergeant Rivard is being insubordinate, these 2 incidents where he let his officers stay in the station 15 or 20 minutes past when you wanted to have them out. During this time, he's also being evaluated by his supervisor, and he's found to exceed standards in quite a few different categories. Is that fair to say?
I don't have a copy of it in front of me.
Okay. Just want to take a look at it?
I would.
Okay, take a look at it. What I'm going to ask you to do is state for the record the categories that Sergeant Rivard exceeded department standards.
Would you like me to cite them right now?
Yes.
Public relations, conduct, supervisors, peer, cooperation with supervisors and peers, work attendance, grooming, dress, report writing, radio procedures, in-station handling of prisoners, use of proper caution, organizing ability, training ability, practical judgments, and loyalty.
And you review these evaluations once they come through, correct?
Yes.
And if there's anything that you disagree with, you would address it, correct?
I would comment on it, but it is up to the reviewer to fill out the final.
Okay, so if you felt that at that point in December that Sergeant Rivard did not exceed the standards and practical judgments, and you would have noted it for the most part in his evaluation?
I would not have, no, I may have noted it to the lieutenant.
Okay. This evaluation, it was also pointed out that Sergeant Rivard's a very caring supervisor to his officers, correct?
Correct.
He also initiated a bell ringing effort for the department to raise money for the Salvation Army.
Yes, he absolutely did.
He oversaw the child seat installation program.
Yes, he's done that for several years.
He only had 2 sick days that year.
I don't know.
He does a great job in running physical testing and defensive tactics class for the department, correct?
Correct.
These are all things that Sergeant Rivard volunteered to do, really, correct?
Not all of them. Training and instructing, that would be part of his duties.
But raising money for the Salvation Army,
He's absolutely volunteer, and he did a great job for us.
it makes the department look great, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
I also mentioned here in the evaluation that Sergeant Rivard deals with issues once they're brought to his attention, correct?
Correct.
And to his credit, he learns from the past.
At that point, apparently, yes.
You also have a chance to review. So this evaluation is up until December of last year. And I don't know if you've had a chance to review his prior evaluation to that January 1st of 2012 to June 30th, 2012. Have you?
Again, I've got 50-something employees, or close to 50 employees.
Do you want to take a look at it?
I would.
You can also read into the record all the categories where he was marked as exceeding standards.
Work attendance, grooming and dress, care of equipment, public relations, conduct, compliance with rules and SOPs, reports, radio procedures, handling of prisoners, use of proper caution, organizing ability, training and instructing, practical judgment, loyalty.
And the supervisor also noted that the sergeant does a lot of work for the town and the department, making himself and the department look terrific in the community. Isn't that true?
Yeah, absolutely.
Your mandate at the time of the Doherty incident was sergeant was not allowed to let the route go uncovered, correct?
Correct.
And that if a route was to be uncovered in a non-emergency situation, they needed your permission, correct?
Correct.
Right, so he would have had to have called you at home at some point prior to the hearing and asked for permission to let the officer leave the route.
Prior to a hearing?
I'm sorry, prior to actually leaving the route. He would have had to have called you at home,
Absolutely.
said, Chief, is it okay if I let my guy leave the route?
Yes.
And that's what you want them to do,
Yes.
2 or 3 o'clock in the morning,
I get calls at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning very often.
for emergencies, right? Serious incidents?
Not all the time.
Are you saying, I guess, you would agree that Sergeant Rivard, according to his evaluations, has exceed standards in his practical judgments, correct?
Up until the time of this, yes.
Okay. But you weren't willing to let him make a judgment call that morning to allow the officer to leave his route?
No.
You wanted to take that portion of his ability to make judgment decisions out of his hands and out of the other sergeants on the road.
For a non-emergency situation with a past practice of taking people out of the routes for non-emergency situations, yes.
And as you're sitting here, it's my understanding that you feel that these incidences of insubordination rise to the level of a Class 3 offense where, among other things, possibility of punishment is termination.
Yes.
All right. So if this punishment stands, and a month from now, you find that officers aren't vacuuming out their cars at the end of their shifts, you put a note in roll call saying officers will make sure that their cars are vacuumed out at the end of their shifts. And if they don't follow it, they'll be disciplined, okay? Assuming that. So you write that into the log. A month from now, Sergeant Rivard ends his shift, forgets to vacuum his cruiser. Another incidence of insubordination.
Could be.
Now, according to the progressive discipline that the department follows according to its standard, what's the next step? Termination?
Demotion, termination is absolutely a possibility.
Okay. For not vacuuming his car, if that's the incident.
For failing to follow orders.
I don't have any more questions for the chief. Thank you.
Opportunities, Cross?
Get another sheet. Yeah, the other one like this. I gave you one.
Which one?
That other extra. There you go.
Chief, with respect to, we had some conversation about the CALIA standards. Is there anything in the standards that requires every single general order to be followed to the letter at all times?
No.
Do you lose your CALIA certification if you have certain areas where the department has a deficiency from now and again?
No.
Discipline under General Order 306 allows you to have both corrective and punitive discipline. Is that correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the training portion of the discipline is something that can occur when you feel it might impact recurring behavior?
Correct.
In a circumstance such as this, did you consider whether or how retraining might impact this particular type of insubordination?
My concern here was the time frame that was involved. The initial act of insubordination occurred in October, with 2 previous warnings prior to that, or 2 issues that were brought to Sergeant Rivard's attention before October. Sitting down with that time, issuing the discipline to Sergeant Rivard, I was assured by him that it would not happen again.
So he told you this won't happen again?
Correct.
Those are his words?
Yes.
And it did happen again?
And again, about 2.5 months, 3.5 months later, again, insubordination.
So that's where you felt that you didn't think there would be any additional training that was going to impact this
Correct.
behavior. Now, he had already attended and completed successfully the supervisor's training course at the police academy, is that correct?
I'm not sure it was the police academy or through LGC, but there is a formalized management course.
And all sergeants end up doing that soon
Absolutely.
after their
Yes.
appointment, is that correct? Now, in the section of the general orders that Attorney Culbertson brought up, it doesn't, the language in there doesn't say that an internal affairs investigation must be instituted, is that correct?
No.
Now, you also have to follow the town personnel plan with respect to discipline, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any language in the personnel plan whatsoever that indicates that when there's misconduct, an internal affairs investigation must be instituted?
No.
In fact, there's no language about internal affairs investigations at all in the personnel plan, correct?
Correct.
Was that one of the things that you were thinking about when you were going through this process of how do I proceed with this particular case?
I had reviewed the personnel plan, and it charged me with the discipline of the department personnel.
Now, where in the general orders does it say that if you do not follow these orders to the letter, any discipline must be vacated or dismissed?
There are none.
It doesn't say it anywhere in there, does it?
No.
Now, you had no advance notice of what Attorney Culberson referred to as the Doherty incident. That's the January 21st incident where the officers were brought out of the shift and all into a single room.
Prior to it occurring, no.
And this is the sergeant that routinely calls you if you're the OOC or if you need to be notified?
Yes.
As you began to look at it, there was some information that potentially a Manchester police officer passed on to Sergeant Brevard about potentially some protesters being there.
Correct.
Would that be something you would expect the sergeant to notify you about?
I would think if it was a concern, yes.
Didn't get notification.
No.
And that was something that could be easily checked off by the route officer or the sergeant himself to determine whether there's protesters at that scene.
Correct.
There was no notice in the sergeant's log about seeing anything of that nature.
No.
Now, it's laudable and it's understandable. It's an important event, and it's important to recognize Officer Doherty. But there was no, there's a Xanager notification system used by the police department to notify all officers about an emergency, a need for shift coverage, things of that nature, correct?
It's a scheduling and also paging
And
system.
Sergeant Brevard wanted to show, admittedly, in his own statements, a good Goffstown police presence at the Doherty event.
Yes.
Yet there was no Xanager notification sent out to the department at large to get many officers there who were maybe off duty.
No, and I wish there was.
And had that been done, he wouldn't have had to pull officers out of the routes where they were supposed to be and mandated to be.
Correct.
He admitted such in the log entry that all the officers were there on the 21st.
Yes.
And that was confirmed by the photograph that you saw.
Yes.
Now, you observed the photograph and the log entries at some point.
Yes.
And based on your personal knowledge of the fact that those were confirmed by Sergeant Brevard, was that what made you think you could negate the need to start an internal affairs investigation?
Yes.
And your mindset was that you were compliant with the personnel plan as well, and there was non-mandatory language in the general order.
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that all of Sergeant Brevard's rights were upheld, despite the fact that you just talked to him to confirm the photograph and the log entries?
I believe so.
Is it fair to say that when you first issued the initial disciplinary order and determined that Officer Brevard felt that the general orders had not been followed to the letter, you rescinded that and issued an order to have an internal investigation instituted?
Yes.
And as part of the early discussions, was Lieutenant Marcoux involved in any of them?
No.
Who was assigned to the internal affairs function on that particular instance?
For the internal affairs investigation?
Yes.
Lieutenant Marco.
And he had no discussions with you about the impending IA? For those that aren't familiar with the terms, IA would be internal affairs investigation. And was he given any materials prior to instituting the investigation, to your knowledge?
I think part of the package he was given were the photographs and the sergeant's log.
And that was readily available to him in any of the sources from which you read?
He has full access to the sergeant's log, and the photo itself was on the internet.
Lieutenant Marcoux did a complete independent and neutral investigation as directed?
Correct.
He looked at a number of different items, including past evaluations for Sergeant Brevard.
I believe so.
And noted some deficiencies, and they were in this IA report.
Yes.
He also looked at the logs, the mandates in there about shift deployment in a timely fashion.
Yes.
Prior history of insubordination in August, where there was a written reprimand by Captain Brown.
I think that was October, but it may have been August.
October 15, I'm sorry. So he independently looked at all these things that you had considered, at least partially,
Yes.
Did you have conversations with him during any part of that internal investigation?
No. I had conversations, but not about the internal.
Although that's what I meant, about the Sergeant Rivard matter. Now, at the end of that investigation by the independent investigator, he came to the same conclusions that Sergeant Rivard had failed to follow written directives and long-standing department policy. Now, let's get back to there's a reason behind having the officers deployed quickly after the roll call, isn't there?
Yes.
What is that?
Coverage. People expect us to be out there serving, protecting, enforcing the laws, whether they be motor vehicle, answering calls for service, etc.
You'd agree with me that not being out there can sometimes extend response times, which might have an impact on the service you provide or the emergency response.
Without question.
And is it fair to say that while the officers at times at the end of the shift are winding down, there are times that they can't wind down because emergencies happen during that time period?
Yes.
And that can happen at any time. It's unpredictable. If officers have to travel from Route 2, which is a Bernardville area of town, to Route 1 or another area, that increases their response time, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that might be critical if that officer has the only AED in the area.
I have a question. That's a question? Yeah, could you explain what Route 1 is?
Route 1 is the village area of Goffstown. There are 4 routes in Goffstown. Route 1 is the village area up to about the police department. Route 2 is the Bernardville area. Route 3 is the Grassmere area. And Route 4 is up the Younkanunuk Mountain
Thank you.
area, or Back Mountain Road area. Now, would you agree with me that having officers in their routes and early out on their deployment is a more proactive rather than reactive way of policing?
Absolutely.
And that's what you're shooting for
Yes.
when getting the officers on the street and keeping them in their routes. On the incident at St. A's, that's the GPA annual dinner, that was a situation where there was a short shift.
Yes.
Short on the number of personnel.
Correct.
And that was because Officer Patton was one of the officers due to work but was getting the award.
And we're unable to cover his vacancy.
And that was information that Sergeant Rivard would have known at the roll call, or at least when he deployed his men that night.
Yes.
I only have a certain number of people.
Yes.
And despite having a lesser number of people on the street, he violated the long-standing order, if you will, the unwritten order, that officers are to stay in their route.
Yes.
And you say that order's been in place for your entire career.
Yes.
And that's an expectation that's been communicated regularly.
Yes.
Now, there is a route designation portion of the general orders that indicates where officers are to be deployed and remain during their shifts, correct?
Correct.
And that is by route assignment.
Yes.
And that is a clear order that indicates where they're supposed to be.
Yes.
And by sending officers to different areas without authorization, that would be a violation of the deployment or route designation general order.
Correct.
Now, you had information that the January 5th incident had been addressed with Sergeant Rivard by Lieutenant Pouliot, correct?
Yes.
And he was spoken to after that incident, and then there was a January 7th sergeant's log entry that indicated all the routes must be covered.
Correct.
Unless you give authorization
Yes.
to change that. That in Sergeant Rivard's written materials and his interviews with Lieutenant Marcoux, he admitted that he saw that posting in the sergeant's log.
Yes.
Once you got information about we'll call it again, the Doherty incident in Bernardville, your discussions with Sergeant Marcoux were simply to confirm the entries that had been made in the sergeant's log that day about the officers
I'm
being
sorry,
there.
you sent Sergeant Marcoux. So
I'm sorry, Sergeant Rivard. Your conversation with him was solely to confirm the entry from that date in the sergeant's log about the Doherty incident, we'll call it, and the photograph.
That, and also had he read the previous sergeant log and had been spoken to by Lieutenant Pouliot.
And that's basically as far as you went.
Yes.
Now, again, we'll just, as you're looking at the general orders again to decide how you're going to handle this, you read in there that there's nothing in the order in your mind that says you must institute an internal affairs investigation at that point based on what you knew.
Correct.
And some of the misbehavior, if you will, or insubordination you had seen, or violation of orders, you actually observed yourself at the St. Anselm's incident,
Yes.
and then in the photograph.
Yes.
And that was subsequent to his conversations with Lieutenant Pouliot.
Yes.
Now, the sergeant's evaluations also contained, spoken of this morning, also contained areas of improvement.
Yes.
And there were some that were actually referenced by Lieutenant Marcoux, where this specific issue of deployment within a rapid period of time after roll call was addressed with him as being one of his weaknesses.
I believe so.
And that was something you took into account in the overall assessment of what you should do.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you really tried to weigh appropriately all the good things that we all recognize that Sergeant Rivard does for the department?
Absolutely.
And that those did come into consideration when you...
Without question.
And is it fair to say that although Sergeant Rivard shows excellent judgment in some respects, in many cases, in the case where that resulted in discipline, his judgment was not to the standards that he has met in other areas?
Correct.
And Attorney Culberson referred to all the good things that Sergeant Rivard does, and we will all recognize those, make the department look great.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd agree with me that if his deployment decisions and his removal of officers out of their assigned routes resulted in a crash because of a long distance or a longer distance response or a increased level of speed, that might not make the department look very great.
Correct.
It's true that Sergeant Rivard routinely calls you or other officers on call, these command staff officers assigned to a given week, to advise them of many different things, such as someone calling in sick, an arraignment coming up the next morning, and those are all not necessarily emergency situations, correct?
Correct.
And those calls come in routinely at all times of the day and night.
Yes.
So, really at issue here was the sergeant's judgment in deciding to empty the routes, despite a short time before being warned not to do so.
Correct.
And given a standing order not to do so. And he told you before it wouldn't happen again.
Yes, he did.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Is there redirect?
When the officer left his route on the night of the, on the day that he went over to honor Officer Doherty, did you issue discipline to him?
No, I did not.
He was being insubordinate, wasn't he?
Yes.
Left the route without permission.
At the instruction of his sergeant, I felt it was important to address the management supervisory issue of that versus going down to the patrol level.
Okay. So failure to properly supervise is an issue that you considered as well.
Absolutely concerned.
All right. Did you discipline Lieutenant Pouliot for failure to supervise Sergeant Rivard for his continued insubordination?
No, I did not.
Did you discipline Captain Brennan for his failure to supervise Lieutenant Pouliot's failure to supervise Sergeant Rivard's?
No, I did not.
So really the only one who was disciplined as a result of any of these incidents was Sergeant Rivard.
Yes.
I need to really, I hope I wrote it down wrong. When Attorney Stekowicz was asking you questions, his first set of questions dealing with CALEA, the standards. Forgive me if I get his wording wrong, is that there was mention of whether or not strict adherence to all of these general orders is expected or possible. Do you remember that question? Maybe Captain
No,
Steck,
not in that format.
maybe Captain Stekowicz could reiterate the question.
I don't think I wrote it down exactly as I said it, but basically, is strict adherence to the general orders required to maintain certification?
Within the general orders, as I recall, and it's not in the general orders. Do we expect strict adherence? Yes, we do.
But is it realistic?
For the most part, it should be.
Okay. But there are going to be occasions, given the difficult nature of police work, when department policies won't be followed, correct? Some department.
Not all situations will be covered by a policy.
You had, Attorney Stekowicz asking you questions about remedial training. Your answer was you did not feel that it would be helpful in this situation, correct?
Correct.
So you made the decision not to even try it.
Correct.
Although the standards, the general orders say that it is an integral part of discipline.
Correct.
The issue of having the potential consequences of having a route uncovered for a period of time, I think Attorney Stekowicz clearly explained the risk that could possibly happen. But all of those risks that he had mentioned, all those possible incidents, none of them happened, did they, on any of these events?
I didn't follow up on what occurred on St. A's on the 5th. I believe it was the 5th of January. I don't believe anything happened as a result of going down to Jacques. But I can't really speak right off to whether or not there was a delay in response at the St. A's issue.
In your experience, it'd be fair to say that roll call serves other purposes other than just a transfer of information from one shift to another.
Absolutely.
Morale is an important issue as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It'd be fair to say that the limited opportunities that an officers on their teams, whether they're coming or going, to spend time speaking with one another and just catching up is important as well.
Yes, but it should not be to the detriment of the community.
But the community wasn't deprived of anything on these days, were they?
Not getting out at roll call? I disagree. On the, I believe it was 17th of October, it was our pumpkin weekend. There were already people down on Main Street. We should have had a presence down there.
So you expect that on every single shift, every single day, barring an emergency, the office or some other incident, the officers need to be out on the road or have to be out on the road at 1/4 their shift starts.
Yes.
And that's been a long-standing policy within your agency?
Yes.
So you've never been, throughout your career, involved in a situation where half an hour, even an hour after roll call, you're still in the building?
There have been times, yes.
So it happens.
Yes, it does, but it was happening over and over and over again.
Were other sergeants, their teams having the same issue?
It was one of the sergeants that was spoken to.
Spoken to, was he written up?
I don't recall. He may have been.
I don't have any further questions.
Any recross, Attorney Stekowicz?
Just have a minute. On the dates of the late deployments or the removal of the officers from the routes, there are no known emergency, but as part of your planning and your supervisory philosophy, that you have to plan for that potential on any given shift, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's what you were worried about. Yes. It can happen at any time. And officers often meet each other during shifts to swap routes or swap information or paperwork, correct?
Correct.
So they have the ability to talk to each other during that 12-hour shift.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
Just a quick question, because it was raised in Sergeant Rivard's statement. Chief, when we do swearing-ins and promotions, are all of the routes covered at that time?
They should be, yes.
So there's no...
There may be the route officer in here,
Understood. Okay,
but there will be one in Bernardino.
thank you.
So that would be the Route 1 officer that would be, if it's here.
Any other questions for this witness from the board?
Nope, none for me.
Thank you. Attorney Culberson, do you have other witnesses you want to call?
I do.
Proceed.
Sergeant Rivard. Did you want to?
Excuse me. Attorney, we should swear in the witness?
I can swear him
Oh,
in.
thank you.
Swear the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, have a seat.
Okay.
If you could please identify yourself for the record.
My name is David Rivard.
And please describe your current employment.
I'm currently a sergeant with the Goffstown Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
I've been a police officer going on 17 and a half years.
All with Goffstown?
Yes.
And how did you start your career?
I started in 1991. I got hired as a dispatcher. I did that for just under 5 years. And, took the test, and I got the job for police officer.
So you were started as a dispatcher for Goffstown.
Yes, I did.
So your professional career has always been with Goffstown.
Yes, it has.
And now how long have you been total years employed by Goffstown?
It'll be 22 years, April 1st.
If you could describe some of the positions and various duties that you've held over the last 22 years.
Other than the dispatching position that I had just under 5 years, when I transferred over to patrol, at that point I was doing different things, such as for 4 years I did the mountain bike program. Within the patrol division, I get certified as a defensive tactics instructor. What I also did as part of that, I enrolled myself into a martial arts school, and I've been doing that consistently since 1997, just so that it would help me as an instructor. And I also get certified as the expandable baton instructor, OC, the pepper spray instructor. I was certified as it's been the last 10 years now, as a child passenger safety seat technician. Trying to think what else here. And then I do just other various trainings. There's no technical certifications, but things with elderly and fraud and identity theft, women's self-defense, that type of thing.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since 2007.
And during the months of, let's say, September of last year to February of this year, what was your shift?
That would have been the midnight shift, or the 7P to 7A shift.
On the 7, now your department, as far as patrol-wise, you guys have it broken down to teams, correct?
Yes.
If you could just describe how the teams, describe what the teams are and how they're set up.
They're set up, we're basically, because of our schedule, the 12-hour shifts that we work, so we're set up as two separate teams. I'm part of B team, then the other team, the opposite team, is A team. And B team, right now, we have 7 officers, and hopefully shortly we'll be back up to par with 8 patrol officers. And I'm teamed up currently as a sergeant with Sergeant Hosney. So he'll work the opposite shift than me, so we're replacing each other.
Okay. So during your shift, the night shift from 7P to 7A, how many officers typically do you supervise?
Normally it'll be, right now it's 3, but it'll be 4.
Okay. If you could just explain to the board what roll call is.
Well, basically roll call it's transferring information that we receive either through dispatch, through calls for service that we've gotten from past shifts. There are a lot of FYI type of things, heads up, from other agencies that we get notifications through a SPOT system, a state system, just to keep an eye out on things. It can have to do with any type of crime for added information. A lot of it is safety issues for the officers. If there's certain people that we need to either look out for or situations. It can be even with vacant property listings. We'll get some new listings during the shift that we have to notate. It's a huge number of things, and at times we've gotten training, either a training manual or magazine that we need to read that has an important article in there, or we've also had even videos that we've looked at during roll call as part of that training for roll call training.
As a supervisor, do you make a point to allow for a certain amount of time for officers to have some just sort of general interaction with one another during roll call? And if so, what would be the purpose of that?
It's camaraderie, it's morale. Sometimes it's good and bad. It can vary. A lot of times they'll talk, for the few minutes when they sit down at roll call. Sometimes it may extend an extra few minutes after roll call as they're kind of gathering their things, and they'll still talk about anything from their kids to work, just a variety of stuff. So,
as far as the 15-minute rule, that 15 minutes at the start of their shift, and let's say the last 20 minutes of their shift. In certain situations, that's really the only opportunity officers have to sort of meet up with one another sometimes during their shift, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, and how important is maintaining good morale in the nature of police work?
It's huge. I mean, because we work together basically 24/7. I mean, you have to know everything that officer knows. You know, if you're going to enter into a building, you have to know them personally to know how they're going to react tactically. And so it's really important. So just by talking even for a few minutes, you kind of, if they're stressed out about something, if they're happy about something, it's going to have an effect on whatever, anything that they do. If they go to a domestic or if they go to a burglary and there's somebody in the house, it's going to have an effect, and you have to be able to react to that or know how they're going to react to it. So it's really important. You have to know everything that they do, together as a team. So, and there's a lot of times we're consoling each other or congratulating each other. It's huge.
Have you taken it upon yourself to do anything to promote morale or that concept of, togetherness within your team?
Yeah, we do a lot of things. Like with our team, since I was promoted, my goal has always been to keep a very high morale for the team, and so we come up with these little mottos on occasion to create not just extra work, but motivation for the team. And it's things where we'll decide on if we're going to try to make a bunch of arrests is one. If we can try to clear up our warrant box or warrants that other local departments might have, the people that are here in town or through the sheriff's department, and we'll come up with little models and a set goal. So it can be either a knock and talk where we try to find people at their houses or on the street, because if we're familiar with what they're driving. And just by doing that with the young guys, it's easy to motivate like that, because you're giving them something to do, you're giving them a task to do, and there's always a positive outcome with it. So for me, it's easy to do. You come up with these, we've had things like Operation Spring Cleaning, in the spring, August Heat was another one that we came up for during the summer, and it can be anything from arrests to motor vehicle enforcement, you name it. And it's easy to tell these guys, let's go out and do it, and we do it as a team, and we always have great results, and we always document in our sergeant's log, with that operation that we did. And the guys are motivated when you do that. It's easy for me. It makes me look good, and I really don't have to do too much with it other than just kind of instruct them on what we're going to do. So,
I want to talk to you about the night of the GPA dinner. That was on January 5th, correct?
Yes.
And one of your team members was being honored.
Yes.
Administration gave that officer the night off just prior to his shift, correct?
Yes.
What do you remember about that, as far as when he arrived and how he was notified?
Well, we all knew there was the GPA dinner. I had actually just found out, I think it was the night before, because I was working that Friday night. Lieutenant Pouliot had mentioned to me just confidentially on who the officer was. And to no surprise, it was Officer Patton. So when he came in, I remember him changing. He changed in his uniform. And then his wife, as we're kind of getting ready, his wife showed up with his suit. And that's when we realized that he had been given the night off at that point. So we're like, hey, that's great. I mean, enjoy it and that type of thing. But the downside of it was we were down one officer. But he ended up changing into his suit and left with his wife to go to the GPA dinner.
So did the administration try to cover his shift?
Well, we were told that they had tried, but I didn't remember getting anything, because usually through that Xanager system, even as sergeants, if they're covering a patrol shift, normally we'll get a notification of that too. A lot of times just a heads up, so if we know if we're coming on, we might be one person short, or they're trying to replace a shift. But it happened during the dinner itself. I was approached by the captain, Captain Brown. He had asked if the shift had been covered, and he thought there was a page that had been sent out, but I remember I questioned. I don't remember seeing anything like that, and I kind of confirmed it with Officer Yaris, because he had his smartphone with him, so he was able to just check, and he didn't remember either. And we just questioned it just for the moment, and why it wasn't covered, but I double-checked with other officers, and there was no page that had gone out for coverage. Nobody had it on their phones, so.
So there's a dinner that's served.
Yes.
And at some point, did you make the decision to let the North End car go up to St. A's to have dinner?
I did. What we did was we pre-planned at roll call. I told him, I said, at that point, it would have been Officer Yaris, and Officer Yaris was the Route 1 car for the village, and it was Officer Bucher, who was the Route 2 car in the Pinardville section. And I told him, I said, once you guys go, I'll stay in the middle. I'll cover the middle for a while, and so you guys can eat and just kind of, congratulate Officer Patton, because he was on our team. He's part of our team. So I said, once you do that, and then it was decided that we'd have Officer Yaris leave so that I could go and attend. So Officer Yaris would have come back to his route. And so I waited a while. I hadn't heard anything, and so I think it was maybe about 8:15 or 9:15. I figured they were probably done. So I went in, I got there, and they were just finishing up their meal, and they were starting on their dessert. So what I did, I I didn't get anything yet. I waited till they were done. So I just kind of talked with a few people, some retired members, and just kind of kept an eye. So once they were pretty much done, then I got food. I sat down. They were finished up, and I think it was Officer Yaris. He left first, and then Officer Bucher, if I remember right, he had to leave to go to a call in his route, and then I ended up having to leave shortly after I ate. I didn't stay there too long.
So when you said that you covered the middle when the Route 1 car went to the dinner, what is the middle and what does that mean?
Yeah, it's a general term. What it is, basically where our police department's set up, it's the middle. So that whole area, of the police department, maybe up to the Shell Station or Greer Road turnaround that they call, Greer Road and Mass Road, it's kind of like the middle. That way you're tactically, you can pretty much get anywhere in town from there because of Henry Bridge Road and things like that. So I was at the station for a few minutes, and then what I did is I hopped in my cruiser, and I actually sat on the exit ramp for a little while, just going over my logs and logging into the computer for the cruisers. And
did any calls go unanswered during this time?
No.
If a call did come in that required the Route 1 car to leave the dinner, would he have left?
Yes.
And did that in fact happen, as you recall?
It did. He ended up, he was going to be leaving, but he ended up getting a call.
Okay.
So he left.
You would agree, though, that having an officer up at St. A's who's assigned to this end of town, it makes his response time longer, correct?
A little bit.
All right. After that night, later on, you were spoken to by Lieutenant Pouliot, correct? About leaving the route uncovered?
Yeah, it would have been, we would have worked that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We would have been off duty Monday and Tuesday, and then that Wednesday and Thursday would have been our next shift. So that Wednesday night, on the 9th, I would have come back on for my regular shift.
And he essentially tells you what? Reminder not to leave the route uncovered?
Yeah, it just, it was kind of informal reminder, and he had mentioned about if I did look at the log, and I saw it because the sergeants have access to a log, and it's basically exchange info from not just the sergeants, but basically all of the administrators to the department. And so I read it, and I figured because it was dated the 7th, and I had been working on the 5th. When I saw it, I'm like, it's got to be the GPA dinner. So when he talked to me about it, it wasn't a surprise. So
I want to talk to you now about the Doherty incident on January 21st. How did you learn that Officer Doherty was going to be honored in town?
Well, first we had heard about there was an email voting that was done by the small local radio station, and word had gotten out. There was some emails that were sent. One I got, I think, from my brother, who's a Manchester police officer, just giving a heads up and saying, hey, there's a voting for Area Person of the Year. Officer Doherty of Manchester PD was part of that. There were several other ones too that were on that list. A lot of basically local people for the Manchester area. So we did the voting thing. That was done, and we had found out that Officer Doherty had won that. And then so the Sunday night before, I had gotten a phone call from a Manchester police officer, just a couple things. She said, we just want to give you a heads up, with the voting, that Officer Doherty had won that, and I confirmed that I knew about that. But she said there was just one concern, because apparently there were some people that are they're free staters, and they apparently may not have been happy with the way the voting ended up. So she goes, we're not sure, but we heard that you may end up with some people there either protesting or just being there at Jacques' Flower Shop. That's where the radio station is at. So, and she mentioned, she goes, Officer Doherty should be there maybe about 6:30ish for the radio show for about 7 o'clock. And I basically told her, I said, yeah, that's fine, we'll keep an eye out. And we did. Nobody showed up, for protesters or anything like that. It was quiet there. We had checked it throughout the night. I did. The route officer knew. So that's how I got the info originally.
Your shift was supposed to end at 7 o'clock that morning?
That following morning, yes.
Okay, and when did you go to the radio station?
I got there because I told the officers with the circumstances. I knew it was a holiday. It was Martin Luther King Day. There was no school or anything. And traffic was noticeably, there wasn't really a whole lot of traffic at all. So I told them a little bit earlier, I said, why don't we go meet Officer Doherty when he gets there. And I told him, it's going to be brief. It's at the end of our shift. And I told him, I said, when we're done, we'll just go in and finish off our shift. And so that's what we did. I ended up getting there, I think it was just a couple minutes after 6:30. And then Officer Yaris was that Penardville officer, and he showed up probably within a couple minutes after me. And then Officer Bucher, who was the Route 1 officer, the village officer, he showed up, I'd say anywhere from 6:40 to 6:45, somewhere around there. And we waited a few minutes, and Officer Doherty showed up. I think it may have been sometime between 6:45 and 6:50. And at that point, we had been met by a couple Manchester police officers, and they were on duty too. They showed up, and we just literally chatted for a couple minutes, and Officer Doherty got out, and he was going to be heading into the radio station, and just just kind of congratulated him, shook his hand, and I had never met him before, so it just gave me an opportunity to just kind of thank him, for what he did. And we're met by Bill Wynn. He was there, and so I just kind of mentioned it to him, just asking him if he was there for the Officer Doherty thing, and he did, and he saw us standing there, and he seemed to appreciate it, and he asked if he could take some photos, and nothing wrong with that, so we just all stood together and took some photos, and that was pretty much about it. Then we left right after and came in to finish our shift.
Now, the village officer, the Route 1 officer, you didn't get permission from the chief to have him leave his route, correct?
No, I didn't.
All right, so fair to say you made a judgment call that morning.
I did, yep.
And that time, that last 15 to 20 minutes, normally where would that Route 1 car have been anyway?
In the station.
Finishing up reports,
Oh, definitely. Even before that.
cleaning the car?
Yep. Yes.
All right. You were actually the one who then went and wrote a summary of what you did that morning, correct?
Did, yes.
All right, you entered it into the sergeant's log?
Yes.
And you weren't trying to hide the fact that you had allowed an officer to leave his route, were you?
No, not at all. No.
I don't have any other questions.
May I have a couple questions before you proceed? We're talking about roll call. You talked about sharing important information,
Yes.
what may have happened during the shift that you need to convey to your fellow officers. And then you talked about personal stuff, personal issues. So I kind of clumped those into two different groups. There's a business end and a personal end. In your experience, is it possible to take care of the business end within a 15-minute time frame?
Yeah, it happens.
Typically? I mean,
Yeah,
typically,
it
is
happens where if we don't, it's very limited on what we have for things that have come in.
Okay. And then the other question I had, when you talk about covering the middle and being located near the police station, I assume that means midway between Route 1 and Route 2?
Yes.
So you're in essence covering both routes?
Yes.
From a middle location? Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you. Any other questions from board members?
In your estimation of time, how long do you feel you were at the radio show?
For me, probably a little bit longer than the other guys. We left, I believe it was probably just literally a few minutes before 7 a.m., the end of our shift.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Attorney Steinmetz?
Thank you. Sergeant Brown, I know this is somewhat awkward in the respect that it's a more or less a different situation of us having contact, but you've done the supervisor's training once you were promoted to sergeant, isn't that correct?
We did, yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that you've had past evaluations that did have items on there that the evaluator, the lieutenant, wanted you to work on to improve your performance. Is that
Yes.
correct? And on one occasion, at least within the last year, you had one that specifically addressed the need to get, your need to improve in the area of getting the officers out on the street in a timely fashion to deploy within that 15-minute period. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did get a write-up about that, a written warning written reprimand, rather, from Captain Brown in October of last year.
Yes, I did.
And in that written reprimand, he did inform you that further violations of this nature could result in more serious discipline.
He did, yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that although roll call can have a significant morale-building aspect to it, it could also have a morale-poisoning aspect to it if it's not closely controlled as to what goes on.
Yes.
In fact, one unhappy officer could potentially poison others who come in with a smile on their face.
Oh, yes.
And so as a sergeant, one of the things is to try and keep it to business and maintain a positive attitude.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that there have been discussions in the past and a long-standing unwritten rule that officers should stay in their route unless they're authorized to leave.
Yes, normally.
And in fact, that's part of the deployment or the patrol regulations as to remaining in your route unless you're authorized to leave.
Yes.
Now, the roll call is an important daily activity, and it's not only for safety reasons and information, but it's to be proactive as well.
Yes.
What can we do to prevent crime or really make a difference? That 15-minute rule is a very clear rule, isn't it?
Well, it was clear after the memo, but it was never a set rule before that.
But it was clear after you got that written reprimand from Captain Brown. They want him out in 15 minutes.
Yes.
If you had to go over 15 minutes, that wouldn't be a problem as long as you could explain that it was a longer than usual roll call for the following reasons.
Yes.
Would that be acceptable?
Yes.
And sometimes that's because you get a training bulletin from me or some other thing that takes longer to go through.
Yes.
You lead the patrol officers,
I do.
and their job really is to follow you without question. You give them an order, I want you to do this, the general rule is they do it. You're
Yes.
supposed to. That's,
Yes.
otherwise they'd be insubordinate.
Yes.
So if you make the decision to tell them to leave their routes, it would be unusual for them to say, I'm not doing that, that's not what we're supposed to do. They're gonna say, yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, on the May 5th incident, we'll call this the St. A's incident, since we're using the incident terminology. January 5th, I'm sorry. You knew at some point after you arrived for that shift that night that you were going to be short-shifted that night. You were going to have less officers on the street than you normally would.
Yes.
And you would have trouble with timely coverage for all routes because of the manpower you have. It might take longer to get the calls.
Potentially.
Yeah. And in fact, you spoke to the captain about shift coverage being a little bit shorter than normal.
It was brief. It was at the GPA dinner.
And you'd agree with me that despite having a lower number of officers on the road, you had all the officers on that shift at the GPA dinner at St. A's at the same time at one point.
Yes.
Every single officer on that shift was there.
Yes.
And Route 1 was not covered while they were there.
No.
And that would result in a longer response to Route 1 for whoever was going to cover a call.
It could.
Well, in fact, it would take longer to get to Route 1 from St. Anselm's Pub than it would to get there from, if you will, the middle.
Yes.
Minutes more, probably.
Potentially.
And those minutes could make the difference between a significant life-changing event and not.
Yes.
And it would take longer for a person in the middle to get back up to them in Route 1 if the remaining officers on that shift were at St. A's.
Yes.
And that's a risk to that officer.
It is.
And that also increases the potential for a cruiser crash or vehicle incident if the officer responding from further away steps it up, if you will, increases speed to get there quickly to help cover that call.
Potentially.
So you can see why the chief would issue a directive to keep people in their own routes.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that it would be fairly easy for you to just contact one of the command staff officers that night and say, can I handle getting the officers there in this or that manner?
Yes.
But you didn't do that.
Nope.
And it was more or less your thought that this is a morale booster. It's a way to show appreciation for the officer on our team.
Oh, absolutely.
So, on that particular night, you suggested to the officers that we're all going to violate that long-standing order to stay in your routes and the patrol designations.
I didn't suggest that. I didn't suggest that at all.
Well, whose idea was it for everybody to go up to St. A's?
It was mine, but it wasn't on the intent that we all go up there together.
But you all ended up there.
We did, yes.
And when you were arriving there, you didn't go straight over to Officer Yaris and say, you need to get out now.
No, I didn't. But just to confirm, though, that because you're saying violating, there was nothing, a standing order at that point.
But it was a
Until
long-standing
that following Monday.
tradition, or this is how it's done. You testified earlier, you knew that they wanted officers in their route, and there's a general order that says that you stay in your route unless you're...
Yes,
So, in effect, you're going against those two things.
yes.
But in the mindset you had was, we're not that far away and we're here to show support.
Yes.
But you could have gotten authorization to do it whatever way was acceptable to the command staff that night,
Yes.
and you didn't.
No.
Now, after that event, you looked at the log and you knew that the January 7th log entry was about what had happened at St. A's.
Yes.
And you had a conversation with Lieutenant Pouliot about that.
Yes, I did.
And at that point, was it fairly clear to you, or wasn't it fairly clear to you, that at this point, anybody that's coming out of their routes without authorization from the chief is going to be a problem?
Yes.
And so you know that this is an issue now. It's been in the sergeant's log, and the lieutenant sat down to talk to you about it. And you find out about the, we'll call it the Doherty event.
Yes.
Again. You knew about that in advance of it happening.
Oh, yes, I did, yes.
And you made no call to the officer on call, the command staff officer on call, or the chief to advise him of the event.
No.
And you had information about potentially protesters being there from whatever groups might be unhappy with this particular selection.
Yes.
And that, if that were true, that could cause problems for that patrol shift, correct?
It could.
Protesters can get out of hand fairly easily. But you didn't make the chief aware of that or any of the command staff officers?
No, because it ended up not being a concern, after checking it, so.
But it might have been advisable to let them know ahead of time. I have this information, maybe we're gonna need more officers, maybe we could have an issue there.
Yeah, potentially.
It's fairly easy to make that call.
You could, yes.
You've made calls many, many times to the officer on call at all hours of the day and night,
Yes. Yep.
and sometimes it's about a fairly minor thing.
Normally, no, it would be, whether it's a sick call, that one we normally would, or under our policy, it's a serious misdemeanor or felony issues or fire.
Well, you've made calls just to advise somebody about an arraignment the following morning, and an affidavit's heading their way.
Oh, to you, probably, yes.
Yes. And that's been at 3 o'clock in the morning at times.
Oh, yes.
And we've talked about that before.
Oh, yes.
So, despite that conversation with Lieutenant Pouliot and the log entry, you ended up clearing the routes for the Doherty
Yes, I did.
event. And that's contrary to that standing written order.
Yes.
And again, mindset was, it's a team building, a morale, and a support for a brother officer.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And again, you could have called the chief or the officer on call to find out if you could get authorization to do that.
Yes.
And your log entry admits that you violated those orders that morning.
I wouldn't admit to violating it, but I
Well,
did
admit to
log
all
that
of the
stuff in
officers
there.
being there.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And you'd agree with me that there were only a couple of Manchester officers there.
Yes,
How many?
there were two.
So is it fair to say they didn't clear their routes to get everybody to the Doherty event in Goffstown that morning?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Now, you grieved the initial disciplinary notice you got from Chief Sullivan indicating you felt that the policies needed to be followed and they weren't.
Yes.
And once that occurred, he rescinded that discipline, correct?
No, he did not. I didn't receive anything in writing or
Okay.
other than just a notification that there was going to be an internal affairs investigation.
And that notification came from me.
Yes. Yeah.
And shortly after that, you got an email from Lieutenant Marcoux indicating he was the one assigned to the investigation.
Yes, and a voicemail message.
And up to that point, Lieutenant Marcoux had not spoken to you at all about any of these issues, is that correct?
No, he did not, no.
And you did end up meeting with him in the company of Attorney Culberson and go over the incidents we've discussed at length here today.
Yes, we did, yep.
And he gave you an opportunity to add any information you wanted to the investigation?
Yes.
And it was shortly after that investigation that you received the discipline that you've grieved here today?
Yeah, the second one.
Now, the discipline that's been issued to you does not affect your pay status at all, does it?
It does not.
And it has not affected your rank?
No.
And it has not, it was not publicized to others outside of the department, other than now at this particular hearing?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Attorney Culberson, you have some redirect?
I do, thank you. What's your understanding of the possible consequences should you be found insubordinate within the next 6 months?
That I could be suspended without pay or potential termination from the last memo that we had gotten from the chief.
There's been a lot of mention about the fact that during the day when the officer was out of his route to go to honor Officer Doherty, that no calls came in and no calls went unanswered, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And there's also been a lot of emphasis by the chief and his counsel related to response time. That if an officer is up at St. A's and he's supposed to be on the other end of town, if an emergency should arise, that's going to add potentially time onto his response time, correct?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you this. Consider the following facts. Your Route 1 car is running radar on Big Jane's Lane. Is it still called Big Jane's Lane?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. It's been a
You
while.
have to add in there as usual.
As usual. So you've got the officer in the area of Glen Lake running radar. And he's responsible for not only Route 1, but he's also responsible for the Route 4 area of town, correct?
Yes.
And Route 4 area of town would be from more or less the mountain area of town.
Yes.
All right. So on the night in question for the GPA dinner, your Route 1 car was responsible for the north end of town.
Yes.
And also for the mountain area. And the mountain area, that route starts in the area of Shirley Hill at Wallace, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you. If a call came in about an accident at that intersection, Wallace and Shirley Hill, that would be for the Route 4 car, correct?
Yes.
Or the Route 1 car would be responding to that. And a lot of serious accidents happen at that intersection.
Yes.
Would it be quicker for an officer to get to that scene from St. A's or from Big Jane's Lane?
From St. A's. Definitely just a straight shot.
So there are, I guess, countless numbers of scenarios where it would actually be quicker for that officer to respond to an emergency in his route, and he's responding from St. A's.
Absolutely. It's happened many times where that route officer will normally always get there first on that one.
But to be clear, none of those potential consequences happened, correct?
No.
All right. You didn't order the Route 1 officer to leave his route to go to the dinner, did you?
I didn't order him, not. Yeah, was I? Yeah, not an order, like a direct order. No, it wasn't in that sense, no.
So he had the option of not going to the dinner, correct?
Oh, yeah, yes.
So he wouldn't have been disciplined if he said, "No, I'm not going to go up to the GPA dinner. I don't like that officer. I don't want to honor him. I'm not going."
No, and it's happened before.
So it'd be fair to say that, again, just clarify, and also on the Doherty, the day you went to honor Officer Doherty, you didn't order the Route 1 car to leave his route that day.
I didn't order, no.
All right, so there would have been no consequences had the officer not wanted to go.
Nope.
All right. I don't have any follow-up.
Attorney Stegwich? Anything else?
I think I'll reserve that for my closing.
Any questions from board members before we excuse the witness? Thank you.
I don't have any other witnesses.
No other witnesses? Okay. What I'm going to do is call for a brief recess. Why don't we recess for 8 minutes, be back at 10 o'clock so we can resume? Thank you.
PM and I keep scratching it out.
Oh, yeah, you're used to PM.
When you're in this room
Okay, we're
alone,
back from our recess. Attorney Culberson, I understand you have no witnesses to call?
We don't, thank you.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to the department.
I reserved my opening statement to this point. You've heard the evidence, I think, that both sides wanted you to hear today. And I just want to remind the board that the general orders that we've talked about here, they're really at issue, are really set up to be guidelines for police departments. They're not written in stone. Certain violations of them will not result in your CALIA certification or your state certification if you're only state accredited being removed. They're basically a way to limit liability and ensure that most of the responses for certain types of calls are handled in the same way, and that most of what you do is handled consistently. However, those general orders have a built-in allowance for the chief to modify them should he see that it's fit in the circumstances, a good fit in the circumstances. There's nothing in the general orders that say if there's not strict adherence to each and every one of these, that whatever action you take must be dismissed, disregarded, restarted, or anything of that nature. In fact, they conflict slightly with the personnel plan, which has actually no mention of the requirement of instituting an internal affairs investigation should there be an issue with an employee. It talks about discipline. It talks about what types of discipline can occur with respect to a final result, such as suspension, termination, and so forth. But it doesn't mention that. He looked at both of those, decided that based on what he had observed himself and what he heard from other command staff officers, it wasn't necessary to conduct an investigation because the sergeant's own words, in fact, confirmed much of what was suspected as being inappropriate conduct or insubordinate conduct. Some of it was borne out by a photograph. How much investigation of that would be necessary really was, in his mind, not much. However, when Sergeant Rivard felt that the general order hadn't been adhered to and wanted to address that, the chief felt with no trepidation, no second thought, I'll assign it to an investigator who has had no input in the situation so far, has had really no independent knowledge of it, and has had no discussions with anyone. I can tell you that was done a very short time after Sergeant Rivard suggested that the general order should be followed. The chief allowed the general order to work itself through. The independent investigator came to the same findings that the chief did based on much of the same evidence, but not all of the same evidence. He looked at prior evaluations. He looked at the sergeant's logs. He looked at information that the chief admittedly here had not reviewed before acting. And when doing so, came to conclusions that indicated that the grievant in this case had violated specific and clear orders and knew what those orders were. We would submit to you that the punishment is fair, reasonable, and appropriate in all respects. It is a repeated violation of the same nature, and it does not subject him to any loss of pay or wages, any loss of benefits, any restructuring of where he sits in the department, his rank, or anything else. And it was not something brought out into the public forum by the department. This was a choice he made to have this hearing here today. Whatever impact that has on him in the future is squarely on him and his counsel for the decisions they make. It's not a heavy-handed discipline, and in fact, it took into account all of the good things that I don't want to leave this board with the impression that the good things that this officer, this sergeant has done have been ignored here. All of the good things he's done and continues to do, and I expect he will continue to do, that brought credit to himself, his family, and this department, were recognized. That's why a heavier-handed discipline wasn't handed down. We understand the attempt at morale building, team building, and recognizing other officers for situations that are horrendous and none of us want to go through. In fact, I would remind the board that one of the first Goffstown officers on the scene the night of the shooting incident where Officer Doherty was injured was Chief Sullivan in an attempt to show Goffstown PD support. And other officers responded as well to assist. We've never said that it wasn't appropriate to recognize him. We've said that it was appropriate to request authorization to do it in the way it was done, or at least to have a plan to do it so the Goffstown officers could meet and not basically disregard the policy, the clear policy about leaving their roots. And the concern really was, if we didn't address it with a significant discipline now, what's next? You've got 2 incidents within a really short period of time where he disregarded either an unwritten long-standing order or a very specific written order relative to shift coverage and deployment.
Sound an awful lot like a closing statement, so I assume you're not going to call any witnesses. Okay, so that constitutes your closing statement. Okay, Attorney Culbertson, would you like to make a closing statement?
Well, you have a lot to consider, and I really don't envy you your task, but that's what you sign on for when you check your name on that ballot box saying you're willing and able to accept the responsibilities of not only preserving and protecting this town, but also recognizing the importance of loyal employees like Sergeant Rivard. So thank you for your attention and consideration today. The issues, I think, are pretty straightforward. I want you to focus for a minute on the first issue that I've raised, which is whether or not the department's failure to follow its own policies and provide Sergeant Rivard with the mandatory process that has to be followed when considering a possible Class 2 or 3 offense. Here, the chief essentially stated that when he pulled Officer Rivard into his office to question him about the Doherty incident, he knew at that point that there was a potential for a Class 2 or 3 violation. Now his reliance upon the General Order 306E is convenient in one sense, that he's saying this is not mandatory that he has to file an internal affairs investigation, because the order says, well, an IA should be conducted. So essentially what the chief is saying, that gives me discretion on whether or not I should refer something to the Internal Affairs Division. But he also admitted, and we spent a lot of time going over the mandatory nature of the requirement to file a report and also to initiate an investigation. The general order clearly states that any member, meaning any member of the department, from a dispatcher to the patrol officer to the supervisors, any member who discovers a violation of a Class 2 or 3 offense, you will complete an internal affairs complaint form. There is no room for discretion there. It is mandatory. This is a policy that the chief himself was the issuing authority for back in June of 2011. And I find it odd today that the department now comes in and says, well, all of these general orders, these hundreds of general orders that we spend countless hours and money putting together for the purposes of being accredited, well, these are just guidelines. They're out there to reduce liability. They're really not supposed to be standards written in stone, as Attorney Stekowicz said. But violate one of them, and you could be fired. So these rules are convenient when the department finds them convenient, but in this situation, they're inconvenient to the department. It was inconvenient to the chief. He took it upon himself to do the investigation. And whether or not it was clear to him that Sergeant Rivard violated his written order in roll call not to leave his route uncovered, regardless of the fact that he had already known that, or had enough evidence to show that Sergeant Rivard was likely guilty of a Class 2 or 3 offense, he brought him into his office. And what did he do? He questioned him. He did his own investigation. He went online to Facebook. He looked at pictures. He went outside his office to look at the officer's log to see who was working that day. He's doing his own investigation. And I need to fault him for that, and he should be faulted that, because that was not his responsibility at that point. He became a participant in the internal affairs. He had, at that point, an interest in the outcome. And because of that, his decision, regardless of the fact that it was consistent with his subsequent decision after the grievance was filed, his decision to hand down that punishment before it was grieved rendered any further decision that he made impartial, because he was being asked to overturn or reconsider a decision he had already made. The decision should not have been his at that point. It should have been taken out of his hands. But he, after the grievance was filed, rightfully so, he assigned it to the Internal Affairs Division. The chief filed a formal complaint, Attorney Stekowicz responded to it, and a formal investigation was conducted. But really what it was backpedaling. And they were trying to backfill the discipline by adhering to a policy which, tacitly, they agreed that they didn't follow. Because had there not been a reason for the IA process, then there's a stand to reason that the chief wouldn't have ordered it. But he did. So nobody within the agency aware of this Class 3 offense, Lieutenant Pouliot, Captain Brown, Lieutenant Marcoux, none of them in a supervisory position filed a Class 3 offense, even though they had enough information to suspect that Sergeant Rivard was guilty of it. So what's the remedy for that? The department would have you accept the fact that there is no remedy, that there's nothing in any of these general orders that authorizes the punishment to be rescinded. But I'll also argue that there's nothing in these orders that say that the punishment can't be rescinded. Because any punishment, any discipline has to be fair, it has to be reasonable, it has to be unbiased. When the department fails to follow its own policies, policies that they expect and mandate that their officers follow, when a department head and his command staff fail to follow those policies, what's the consequence for that? For them, nothing. For Sergeant Rivard, he could possibly lose his job. But there are consequences for the administration not following their own policy. You are the keepers of those consequences. So should this discipline be overturned because the department failed to follow their own policy? Absolutely. And the next time, they should know better. Should the discipline be overturned because it was unfair, unreasonable, for what really is 3 minor offenses occurring within a 5-month period? What did he do? A guy who has been put in a position because the department feels he has good judgment. He allowed his officers on 2 occasions to stay in the department or stay in the station 15 minutes longer than they should have. And there was a separation of approximately 4.5 weeks between each of those incidents, and they occurred last fall. 2 incidents where this guy let his officers stay in the station. Should they have been out on the road? Well, according to the chief, yes. And as a taxpayer, which I am no longer a taxpayer in Goffstown, but I used to be, would I expect to have officers be able to respond to my house when I call? Absolutely. Nothing that Sergeant Rivard did, nothing that he put in place or was responsible for in any way, shape, or form had a negative impact or a detriment on the department's ability to maintain the safety of this community. But they would have you believe otherwise. So the chief feels it's okay to ignore General Order 306 when it comes to the mandatory nature of reporting and investigating IAs. He also feels that it's okay to ignore the language in the policy that talks about how important it is for training to be part of the discipline process. Chief never even considered it. You're looking to give a guy a Class 3 offense, and you're considering terminating this guy, or the possibility of termination. One, you don't follow the process, and two, you don't even consider whether or not retraining is an issue. Had Sergeant Rivard crashed his cruiser into the bay, bringing a prisoner in, I guarantee you he'd be sent back up to the academy for driver training, even though he's already completed it. So now there's an issue the department feels is a chronic issue with a pattern of insubordination, not following orders. Their answer, Class 3 offense, I'm doing my own investigation. Here it is. No consideration of training. And you heard that all he had to do was just call up the Police Standards and Training Council or look at the training manual they get every year. And it says that right at the same time all of this is going on, there are 2 training sessions at the academy dealing with supervisory issues. Could have sent them up, but he didn't. Why? Chief said he didn't feel that it would have helped at this point. When the chief issued his Class 3 violation, he did so on his own after his own investigation. He placed Sergeant Rivard in an unreasonable and unfair situation by having him come into his office, where really all that was the result, the purpose of that hearing was to have Officer Rivard confirm his suspicions. And he did, and he issued the discipline. No due process whatsoever. He felt that, you heard that he felt an investigation wasn't necessary, that all of the facts were pretty much straightforward. And I'm sitting here and I was listening to Attorney Stekowicz, and as he's making the closing argument, I'm used to making closing arguments in front of a jury. And if you've ever been on jury duty, it's an interesting part of the trial, where you're trying to convince the jury why they should find in favor of your guy, or in cases of the state, why the state has proven its case. And I'm hearing things such as, well, guidelines aren't written in stone, that these rules are just merely guidelines, and that it's okay that the chief didn't follow the policies, or that we should follow his interpretation of them. And I started to think, if I was on that jury, I'd be shaking my head and thinking, you have a horrible case. And they do. There are certainly appropriate times and places where Class 3 offenses should be issued. This isn't one of them. And to the chief, it was a series of events, and the final nail in Sergeant Rivard's coffin was having his guys come and honor Officer Doherty without permission. A guy who was almost killed not even a half mile from the Goffstown-Manchester border. Come on. Judgment, discretion, that's all part of being a supervisor and police officers. Chief wants to take that away, at least in this one incident. Having to call up the chief in the middle of the night at his house in Manchester and say, geez, Chief, could I have my guy leave my route? It's unrealistic. Attorney Stekowicz doesn't enjoy calls at 3 o'clock in the morning to say that somebody's been arrested and need to be at an arraignment the next morning. You think the chief's going to want to hear from Sergeant Rivard or the other sergeants at 3 o'clock in the morning saying, is it okay for my guy to leave his route and go get a coffee at Dunkin's? Because there's no one to cover his route because the other officers are tied up somewhere else? It's unrealistic, and it's unfair to put such expectations on somebody. Sergeant Rivard was placed in a position of trust within the department because they trusted his judgment, and they trusted his loyalty and his ability to lead others. He's excelled at that. You've seen his evaluations. Putting him through this is shameful. It's frustrating being here. This is not how I wanted to return to this town. And when I got a call from Dave, it's the last person in the world I would expect to have got a call on this. And it made me angry. And it's made a lot of people angry. Here the chief made mistakes in how he handled the complaint process. He saw it an informal remedy to a process that should have been formal, because the consequences demand a formal process. And the discipline here, the fairness of it, the second issue is it's got to be commensurate with the violations. Really? Days off, suspended, possibility, without pay for these offenses? You know, the chief would have you believe that there is importance in maintaining discipline, and I agree with that. It can also be detrimental when you seek to put a nail in a board by using a sledgehammer, when a small hammer would suffice. Nothing has caused more harm to this department and morale to this department than this process. There has to be a logical relationship and a balance between the offense that's committed and the discipline that's handed down. And here we don't have that. In times like this, where the punishment clearly does not fit the violation, we need and we rely upon you folks to step in and say, not this time. And by doing so, we're not asking you to hand down an indictment of the department. I'm not asking you to essentially say that what Officer or Sergeant Rivard did was proper and ratify his decisions. It's not about that. It really is about fairness. Police work the work itself is imperfect, and it's done by people who are not perfect. But they try hard every day to do the right thing, and that's what Sergeant Rivard was doing. He was trying to do the right thing. Was he thumbing his nose at the chief when he allowed his guys to stay in after roll call? Was he thumbing his nose at the chief when he allowed the officer to leave his route? No. But that's the way the chief interpreted it. The chief's authority was questioned, and that's not going to happen. Well, there are consequences for that. And people make mistakes. Patrolmen, dispatchers, supervisors, everybody makes mistakes, and the chief made his mistake when he didn't follow the discipline process here. And more often than not, the mistakes that people make out there are all grounded in good intentions. And Sergeant Rivard's intentions were always good. Nothing nefarious about what he was doing. They were honorable, I would even add. Again, it's a shame that he's being put through this process. But again, you have an important, bold decision to make today. I'm asking you to rescind this Class 3 violation. It's unnecessary, it's unfair, and it's detrimental to this agency as a whole if you uphold it. You have the right to either rescind the discipline or you can reduce it. I ask you to consider that as well. Certainly it doesn't warrant a Class 3 offense where the possibility of a future infraction is termination. You're going to fire this guy because he might not vacuum his car a month from now? Absolutely ridiculous. But based upon the pattern of what's happened, that's likely the next step. So I'm asking you to overrule the chief's decision. It's going to be difficult for some of you who, because of the way that this town is set up, and it's a close-knit community. Everybody knows each other. Everybody's got a personal relationship with somebody on the department. So it's going to be a difficult decision for you to make. But by doing so, like I said, it's not an indictment of the chief, nor ratification of anyone's behavior. But I guess if anything comes out of this, it's a reminder that the process itself serves as a reminder that policies do need to be followed. Not just by the sergeants and the patrol officers, but by the administration as well. So I'm done talking, but I am going to ask Sergeant Rivard to finish my closing.
Thank you. Attorney Culberson, I apologize if I'm redundant on a couple things that was mentioned earlier. But Selectman Brown, Campusano, Devanza, LeMay, Chairman Adams, the town administrators, I would really appreciate the time that you've given me for this opportunity to address this discipline issue through the town's grievance process. I've been employed with the Goffstown Police Department for 22 years, having served the first under 5 years as a dispatcher. I was hired at the time by Police Chief Stephen Monier, and he also had hired me as a police officer and transferred me into the patrol division. During my first 11 years in the patrol division, as you know, I did the 4 years on as a mountain bike officer. I was then promoted by the police chief at the time, Chief Michael French, and since that time, I've been serving as a sergeant. During my time serving in the patrol division, I've received many certifications, which you've heard. Defensive tactics instructor, expandable baton, the OC instructor, physical testing instructor. And for the past 10 years, I've been involved in the child safety seat as a technician. Been very involved with that. Every year, I've always volunteered my personal time to attend update classes and conduct free child safety safety seat checkups, which we normally do at Hannaford here in town. And also, I've assisted other agencies in completing their own child safety seat checkup events. And then over the last 6 years, I've been instructing, again, on my own time. I've always done on my own time. A free women's awareness and basic self-defense class that I kind of started from the ground up because I felt it was necessary that we needed to bring that safety issue back to the town. I've also been conducting free identity theft and fraud classes to the elderly in town, and the main reason for that is because my parents are at that point. So it's important to me. I've also, helped oversee many of the department's open house events, which it's obvious it's always a huge turnout. And you just know the way people feel about our department. It's obvious. I've never asked for compensation. I apologize.
Take your time.
That's okay. Thank you. And the reason for that is because of the reward for me was always to give back. For things that I've been trained in, and you got to give it back. And it's a philosophy that I've always followed too, even through my martial arts school. There's things that are very, very important with that. It's being mentally confident, making good judgments, but you need to respect others. You also you need to help others. You need to be honest, and you always need to stand by the weak. It's always extremely important for me. And then during my service to the Goffstown Police Department, I've received many commendations for my time as a dispatcher, and I received an Employee of the Year award. And then during my years as a patrol officer, I received 2 Officer of the Year awards. Then about a month ago, I went through my personnel file, and I'd never done that in the 22 years I've been here. I've never been concerned about anything that's been in there. And one thing that I noticed my discipline file was like literally a few pages, literally. But the thing that I really noticed was my commendation file. That was probably at least 2 inches thick. And it just kind of showed the importance of that. The commendation file, it's from administrators and the public, and that's what's really important to me, is that one. And that really told me a lot. It's been my goal as a patrol sergeant, keeping good morale and team spirit high. And then during my time as a supervisor, I found it very easy to motivate not just the police officers with this department, but everybody, the dispatchers and other fellow employees. We've always been community oriented. I know all of you know that. And many of our department's employees, they've always stepped up when it comes to a community task without ever being asked. And it shows the true commitment by all of the Goffstown Police employees. Many have, and they still continue to give their personal time without ever asking for compensation, but just reaping the personal rewards with helping others. And as just like Selectmen LeMay and Camposano, they know full well from their, I won't be specific, but many decades of firefighting service. Their brother firefighters and sister firefighters, they would never hesitate at any time or anywhere to help or to meet a fellow firefighter who's been through a tragic event. It never matters what town or city that the person's uniform is from. And just like our own Chief Sullivan showed, I mean, that was obvious after the Greenland police chief, his tragic death. He even showed that even across the state, you know, the Goffstown police personnel, they were there and they were ready to help out, and they did. And nobody ever questioned, you know, that commitment. This is why I feel the punishment given to me is unfair. It was the best intentions on showing, you know, as a team, as a Goffstown team, our appreciation for Master Officer Doherty. Master Officer Doherty, he showed true courage in the face of a life-threatening danger, while enduring many painful surgeries and rehabilitation. While he miraculously recovered quickly, amazingly quickly, which was definitely a miracle, you know, from the numerous gunshot wounds that he received. He always kept a very positive stance and a demeanor during the trial, the conviction, and the sentencing of that evil person that tried to kill him. It was my belief at that time that when we met Officer Doherty in Penardville, that, you know, since it was a national holiday, it was Martin Luther King Day, you know, all government offices and schools were closed, the traffic was noticeably low, there were no calls that came in. We're also within 20 to 25 minutes of our scheduled, you know, shift to end. I felt that it was our privilege and our duty as fellow police officers to welcome Officer Doherty, who's also a mentor, not just for Goffstown, but for everybody in the state. And if the calls for service had come in at the time, it would have always been our top priority, my top priority, to serve and protect the citizens of Goffstown by responding. By responding appropriately. And I can tell you, whatever outcome that you conclude today, it will never change my commitment and my loyalty to the police department. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just have a brief few moments to finalize our closing based on the comments that were made.
For the record, I would object. I think they've made their position clear. We've made our position clear. There's nothing else that can come in at this point. You have all the information. If I could finish. You have the information that you need. And if we're going to keep going back and forth, you know, then again, to give me the opportunity to respond to things he made. So I think at this point, it's time to close the hearing.
Normally, the grievance does not have the last word. The way this process was laid out, it would be that the responding agency has the last word.
That's correct, Attorney Steckowicz, which is why I asked you when you spoke, this is your closing statement.
Yes, I was also not given the information that Sergeant Rivard would be doing that type of closing to the board. That was not disclosed to me ahead of time. I expected that all we were going to have was Attorney Culberson's closing. And frankly, I don't think that in the tenor of that closing that we should be required to sit here and not have at least some responding comments. It's not fair and it's not appropriate.
Well, I think in light of the fact that we did go out of order and you should have made your closing statements last, and we did hear closing statements from you, I think we're going to close the hearing at this point. I think that's fair. I think we've got everything we need to deliberate and arrive at a decision on this. So I'm going to close the grievance hearing. It is 10:35 a.m. I want to thank you all for participating. It's a difficult process, I understand that. The board will take into consideration the testimony we've received today, we'll deliberate on it, and we'll issue a written decision within 15 days, is that
15 days.
correct? And again, I thank you all for participating in the process.
Thank you.
We'd just like to remind the board that the closing statements are not evidence.
Understood.
I have nothing to remind the board of.
You already did.
Understood. What are the board's wishes? Would you like to deliberate on this since we're all together today? Do you feel as though you need additional time to do research or think about this, or?
I was going to suggest we may not be able to finish deliberations today, but while it's still fresh in our mind, I
So
think it would be.
we could kind of,
Yes.
get on the, see
I'm-
what pages.
I'm of the same mindset. So if we'd like, we can go into non-public in the next room.
And you would like Attorney Fitzgerald
Yes.
there?